I guess the session got extended. Is it?
Yes, it got extended by
Yeah.
half an hour approx.
Okay, so maybe here we can then take a call like now if we start the session at least 45 minutes we have to go with. So maybe we can take the lunch break here and start directly after the lunch break, or we may need to continue the session up to quarter to two or something. So it's all on you. I don't have any problem with both options. Kindly suggest.
I think we can have lunch and come
We
back.
can take the lunch break.
Yeah, no problem. Just one moment. I'm sharing the link for yesterday's recordings. So this is the first one. The very first session didn't got recorded. Probably there was some error at my end. That's why that session got skipped. But that was anyways general discussion only. The second session onwards, we have all the recorded stuff. So it covers most of the things. Okay, so this was the first part, and here goes the second part now. Okay,
So till when did you suggest the lunch break?
we can resume at 2.
Actually, some of us have a sync up meeting with our managers at 2 to 2:30.
Okay, so can we start at 2:30 then?
Yeah, sir, that's possible.
Yeah, just try to avoid getting that meeting extended. Maybe you can let your managers know that we have a session starting at 2:30.
Yeah, I'm not sure who spoke. I'm sorry, Prabjot here. Guys, you can inform your managers that you are a part of the training program and request them to schedule the meetings post once your training is over or during your break times. You can request them saying Prabjot is informed, saying request that not to schedule any meetings during the training times.
All right,
Yeah,
Prashant.
Sure.
in fact, that will be great.
In fact,
Okay,
somebody had
so
asked me in the morning too, and I had informed saying, can you go back to your manager and tell them that you will not be able to attend the meeting because you are a part of the training program.
okay, so then we will be resuming at 2 itself. Fine, guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So see you at 2.
Yes, sir.
I've shared the links for yesterday's recordings as well. Just check if you are able to access.
Yeah, it is able to be accessed. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
able to
okay,
access. Thank you.
okay, cool. Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting in another 2 minutes. Okay, let's start. So we discussed about the object-oriented programming concepts in the previous session, right? I hope all the basic concepts are clear to everyone. More of these were the standard stuff only, just that few updates are there as per the new researches and new studies, right? Yes. Guys, just confirm if I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, any questions on the concepts that we discussed in the previous session? Okay, then let's proceed to the implementation. Open Visual Studio. So just go to Start, search for Visual Studio 2019 or 2022, whatever is applicable in your case. How do we create a new project here? Create new project option, right? Select this, and most likely the three drop downs over here must be already set with what we used yesterday. It remembers it. The last usage it remembers. So we selected C# as the language, Windows as the platform, and the application type as console yesterday. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
And with that, it must be already showing you the two options, console application and console app.NET framework already. Correct?
Yes.
So let's select console app.NET framework and click next. Let's name this as CS underscore demo OOP for object oriented programming, and set your path to the folder where you're saving your projects. Select the latest framework available. Click on create. Everyone ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now here we want to play around with the most basic type of class that allows me to create the instance and all and work with it. So go to your Solution Explorer window. If it is not visible, just look into the extreme right or extreme left. There must be an entry. If you click that, it appears. And if it is not visible at all, you can get it back from View also. View menu, Solution Explorer. And then yesterday we already discussed about this pin button, right?
Yes, sir.
Once this appears, right click on your project file. Which is the project file here? The one with the C# icon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right click this project file. In the pop-up menu, select add. And in that, you have to select new folder. So once you select new folder, a folder gets created over here with name of the folder being in edit mode. Yes?
Yes.
Name this folder as demographics. And present.
So could you repeat how did you add the folder?
Just right click on the project file, add folder, and then name that folder as demographics.
Okay, thank you.
Done?
Yes.
Yes.
Right click on demographics, select add, and directly here in the pop-up menu, you have the option for class. Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you have right clicked on demographics folder. By doing that, you will be adding this class into that folder. Okay? Just select class. So add new item dialog box opens up. Name the class as person. Click add, and a class person gets created. If you go to Solution Explorer, see the project structure now. There is a .cs file named as person.cs which is put into the demographics folder, right?
Yes.
Advantage of using the folders is it physically separates my code files. The files having the code for similar purpose will go in one folder, and folders will separate different type of functionality based files. Related files in one folder, the other files go in probably other folders, and main application files remain in the project directly without going into any folder. That will be your structure. Understood? Understood?
Yes, sir.
One more thing you notice, this class person when got created, here the namespace name has changed. Program.cs has got a different namespace, which is the name of your project, cs underscore demo. Ooh. Whereas here it's cs underscore demo oop dot demographics. That means there is a nested namespace being created inside cs demo. Correct?
Yes.
From where this name is taken?
From the
This
folder.
name is taken from the folder itself. So physically the separation of the code is here, and in the code logically there is a separation with the help of the namespaces created based on the names of the folder. Make sense? Make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
If I don't give the class any access modifier like public or private or protected or anything else, what is the default access modifier of the class?
Private.
Private.
most of the languages use private access modifier as default. .NET is little different. .NET goes with the access modifier as internal by default. So there are not just public, private, protected. We do have internal and protected internal also. So total 5 access modifiers are there. And on the top level, the class or the struct or enum or interface or delegate can have only one of the two access modifiers. Public, they can be either public or they can be internal. They cannot be private, they cannot be protected, or they cannot be protected internal. The only two access modifiers allowed are public and internal. And if you don't specify anything, it is internal by default. Understood? Yes? So I'll see the use of public and all the other access modifiers in a short while. Let's finish this example first of all. Here I say I have a public data member of type int named as id. I have public string name. I have public float age. Okay?
Yeah.
Done, everybody?
Yes.
Now I want this class members to be used in my program class. So here I go back to program.cs. First thing I'm supposed to do is put the import statement using cs underscore demo o dot demographics. What I import over here with using statement is basically a namespace. And because this namespace belongs to my current application itself, I don't need to add any reference. It's directly visible. Understood?
Yes.
The advantage of this using statement is I can create the instance of person class directly here. Person, let's say p1 equals to new person. I can say p1 dot id equals to 101. p1 dot name equals to John. p1 dot age equals to 41.5f, where f represents float. By default, 41.5 will be representing double value. So I put f, which makes it visible as a float value. And then here I say console.writeLine id colon then curly brace 0 comma name colon curly brace 1 comma age colon curly brace 2. You know what these are. Yesterday we discussed, right? What should I pass here? p1.id comma 1.name comma p1.age. then console.read key. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do we run this? Three options we discussed. One is debug, start with debugging. Then there is start button over here, or the keyboard shortcut function key F5. Yes? There we get the output. All looks good, correct? Now tell me what would happen if I go ahead and say this is -1. This is -1 or -41.5. Is it acceptable?
No.
ID cannot be a negative number at any point in time in any system. And beside that, the age can never be negative. Am I right?
Yes.
And this will be a business rule in most of the application scenarios, correct? How do I control this? Right now I have hard coded the values, but the values might be taken as input also. How to take input, we have seen that yesterday, correct? How do I keep a check on this? That
We can
only
set
valid values should enter the system.
we can define the functions in the class itself. When we are assigning the values, it will check, and if it's invalid, it will throw an error.
But despite doing that, our properties over here are already public. So whoever writing this code in program or wherever, they can still go ahead and put this instead of calling functions, right?
Yes, so we should make them private and could be only allowed to set them
Correct.
through the function itself.
Here we say make them private first of all. Right? And then how do we provide the access over here? Maybe I'll do it one by one. So I start with ID first of all. The moment I make this ID private here, you can see here I'm getting error here and here. Because simply if I look at the error, what it shows, it says person.id is inaccessible due to its protection level. Simply the reason is I've made it private, so it is not accessible via the object. Correct? So in other languages, usually you will be writing the functions for providing the read and write access to this ID. Those functions are usually called as getters and setters. Correct? The role of getter function is to read the value, and the role of setter function is to set the value. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
.NET provides a simpler way with the help of something called as properties. Let's see how do we write the property. The property has to be public, need to have the same data type as that of the field which you are providing the access to. C# is a case sensitive language, so I can use the same name also with a different case. So usually this is the combination we follow. And then here I associate a body with it. So the main line over here, the starting line over here looks like if I'm defining another field, another data member. There is no parenthesis like functions, right? It looks like I'm using the data member only. But like functions, I have a body over here, which makes it have some behavior associated with it. Now, this is something where I can decide whether this property is going to be giving me the read only access, the write only access, or both read and write access. This one code item itself is sufficient for providing the getter and setter. Do you get it? Instead of writing two functions, I just write one property here. Do you get it?
Yep.
The sections are written like set, which has got its own body. Then I have set, which has got its own body. Get will serve the getter functionality, set will serve the setter functionality. Both of them don't have different identity. Their identity is ID, this name only. Understood? Optionally, I can write some code for validating the authentication and authorization. Someone is asking me for some value. First thing I'll do is I'll check whether that person is authorized or not. Yes, in actual real-time applications, that's what you will be required to do. This is sample application where we don't have any user store or anything. That is the reason why I'm just putting the comment validate authentication and authorization. I'm not putting the actual code. Make sense? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you get a positive response from that check, you can say return ID. Then set block is something which receives an hidden parameter over here named as value, whose data type will be same as what you have given here. And you can put a check on that. Again, optionally you can have the validation for authentication and authorization also, basically to determine whether user is authorized to do the set operation on this field or not. And then here I say if value is greater than 0, then say return, sorry, not return, then allow the transaction to take place. So ID equals to value. Else, the user must be notified that he has done the mistake. How do we notify the user that he has done the mistake? Yesterday we saw. We throw exception. Which type of exception I should throw here? I have not created any custom exception as yet. So which one is the best one? Use application exception. Got it? Yes. Is it clear? Yes or no?
Sir, I had one doubt.
Yes.
So you created a private access modifier for ID. Then
Okay.
again you created a public modifier for capital ID, and then inside your, like, how can you put two things at one time?
See, we discussed C sharp is a case sensitive language, right? So this ID and this ID are not same. They are two different
No, no,
entities.
that I understood. Like inside you're returning small ID, like.
Correct, correct. So what this property is actually doing is it is providing a controlled access to this ID. By making this ID private, I never meant that the user should not have the access to ID at all. Because if I do that, my data will never be available. No, I will never be able to do data entry. I will never be able to retrieve the entered data. Yes or no?
Hmm. Right.
If I make everything private.
Okay.
By making something private, what I do is you don't have a direct access. But then there is a way. You want the ID, I will give you the ID. You ask me first.
Okay.
I will validate your credentials. And if I find everything okay, I will give you the ID. Similarly, when you want to set the ID, give that value to me first. I will validate the value. If I find everything okay, I will allow you to set it to ID. Otherwise, I'll reject it.
All
Understand?
right. Mm-hmm. Got it.
Something like you apply for passport. If you can print your own passport, it can be misused big time, right?
Hmm.
You can understand how threatening it would be in terms of national security. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the process for that reason? Government doesn't say you cannot get the passport. Government says you can get, but not by yourself. You have to apply. When you apply, there is a form that you have to fill. You have to put some documents along with that application. There is a initial scrutiny that is done by the passport department officials, and then there is a scrutiny done by police department also. Police verification happens because passport people will not come to your place and verify whether the details given by you in terms of address and all are correct or not, right? So
Okay.
police department is involved. When police department says yes, it's okay, this person stays here only, certified, then passport department issues the passport to you. Am I right?
Yeah.
Somehow you lost your passport and you want to retrieve your details. Again, while retrieving also, it is first of all checked whether you are the authorized person to retrieve that particular passport with that ID or not. There are few questions asked, right? Maybe there
Hmm.
is a login, maybe there are some questions. Am I right?
Yeah.
And then based on the correctness of the details that you submit, the passport department gives you the details based on which maybe you can apply for a reissue of password, correct?
Yeah.
That is the similar thing we are using over here. I'm giving you the access but in a controlled manner. This is usually called as a wrapper. Okay, but see, ultimately the feature we are using here is encapsulation. Don't you think? I block the internal details. I don't let you know where ID is going to be stored, how it is going to be stored. You have nothing to do with that. You want to store ID, you want to retrieve ID. This is the ID that you should be using. And this is the only way. So I have complete control on what ID can come into the system and to whom the ID can be provided back. Make sense?
Yeah.
This is just like me writing two different functions, get ID and set ID. Do you get that? Like the bank balance cannot be modified directly. You have to call a function, deposit or withdraw. That's same as this. Correct? Now see, here the changes that I need to make. I just replace small ID with capital ID in both places and there is no further change required. So one advantage with this properties is I don't need to do any method calls. I just keep on using that entity as if it is a data field only. It's not a method over here, but behind scenes it is behaving like a method, allowing me to put some logical processing on it. And it's so smart that it detects what is the usage. Here I'm trying to assign value to ID. So what would happen? It will by default call set block. The value that is being assigned, in this case minus 101, goes to the implicitly passed parameter, that is value. So here the condition gets checked. If minus 101 greater than 0, which is not true, it goes to else and throws exception. Get it? If I say it's not minus 101, it's 101. 101 is greater than 0. So ID will be assigned to the value of 101. So ultimately the data will be stored here only. It will be retrieved from here only. This is just a encapsulation wrapper created on the top of this. And this is what we call as property. Used for encapsulation. Understood? Understood?
Yes.
sir.
Some changes we need to make here as exceptions are being thrown. The moment I start with the transactions, here instead of directly doing the transactions, I have to put try catch block, right? So select these three lines of code, cut it, type try and press tab twice. And within try block, put the statements that you cut. Make changes over here. For now, we'll be dealing with only application exception. So I just want one catch block. There is no cleanup required as of now, so I don't use finally. I just say console.writeLine ex.message and start. See what it does? Invalid value entered for ID, and hence the object is getting displayed with default values. Object is created, but the values that I have given are not accepted. There is an error, correct?
Yes.
So, do you think I have got the controlled access? Say one
Yes.
more example I have. I have the laptop, right? If I put it on an open space in my society premises, Will I have any control on its usage? I repeat, I keep my laptop in an open space in my society premises. Will I have any control on the usage of that laptop? It's lying in public space. I don't have any control, correct? Anyone can come, use it. Anyone can come, take it with them. I cannot have any control on it. Yes or no? Other way around, if I keep that laptop with me and declare that whoever needs it, take it from me. It's still publicly available, but they have to come to me, request that I need a laptop. What I'll do, I will give them the laptop, but I will record the details, who has taken it, on what date, their signatures, so that even if I forget who has taken that laptop, by going through my records, I can find out who has that laptop and I can claim it. Yes or no? Yes or no? So the second case here represents the encapsulation. And that's what we have done just now with this. Understood? Understood or not?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to do the same thing for name. I want to put a condition that name must not be empty or null. So I want that also to be encapsulated. What is the way? Manually, I can change this name to private and then write the property. That is one of the way. Correct? The other way is I just right click name. Watch it carefully. I just right click name. The manual way we have already seen. Now, Visual Studio provides me some assistance here. Let's see that. Right click name. Quick actions and refactoring. And here we have option encapsulate field name and use property. Encapsulate field name and use property. The moment I select, the variable name has become private. Do you see?
Yeah.
And a property by the name has been created over here for me with capital N. Correct? We have
Yes,
used
sir.
one of the C# language enhancement which has been put in the later versions to actually compress the code, which usually looks longer. Okay, but ultimately it is doing exactly same thing. Return name and name equals to value with no validation going in by default. Maybe I can get this modified to make it look something similar to this. What I do, I remove this arrow operator. I put a curly brace here. After get, here I say return name and curly brace closed here. Earlier expression was exactly this only. After compilation, it becomes this one. Same way, I can modify set. Set curly brace. On the next line, name equals to value and curly brace closed. But I want this to work if and only if the condition is followed. So here I say if string, if not, in fact, I'll check for If not, string dot is null or empty, value dot trim. Any leading and trailing spaces I want to remove. I say name equals to value dot trim. Assigning the value also, I want it to be trimmed from both ends. And then here I say else. So new application exception invalid value entered for. So that was little quick, right? Because some code was automatically generated by Visual Studio for me. Yes or no? Just some adjustments I did. Yes or no?
Yes.
One more advantage you see with this approach is here name with small n is automatically replaced in both places. Does that make some sense? It saves time, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, age also I want to validate. So there is a third approach. Suppose if this age property is not yet created at all, I delete that line. I want to create it with this approach, where the field is private and there is a property accessor which is basically having the controlled access to age. How do I create it from scratch? I just type PROPFULL. PROPFULL. Type this and press the tab key twice. I repeat, type PROPFULL and press the tab key twice. This is what you should be getting. There is a private int myvar and then there is a property public int my property. Yes? With the data type for the private field already selected. Yes or no?
Yes.
Just start typing the new data type for your member. We wanted our age to be float, correct? So without doing anything, directly start typing. Int is already selected, so it will be replaced with float. Press tab key twice. Here it becomes float and you can see the property data type also has changed to float. Do you notice?
Yeah.
Now, once you press tab twice after writing this float, the selection moves to the variable name by default, which has been taken as myvar. Do you see? When myvar is selected, just type the name of the variable that you want to use. So I want it to be age. Once you are done changing the name, press tab again. See what has happened here? The variable name has changed to age. And in the property also, wherever myvar was being used, it automatically has been updated to age. Yes? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And from age, now it must have come to my property. This is what is selected. You just change the name of the property. I want it to be age with capital A. Most of the things are now set. I just align it properly. Get returns the age. Set by default right now is directly setting the age to value which I want to put under the condition. So I select this line of code, cut it, and here I put my if condition. If value is greater than or equal to 0, age can be 0 as well, correct? For a newly born person. Yes or no? So I say greater than equal to 0. Else throw new application exception. Invalid value entered for age. Yes.
Yes.
Go back here and change this age to use the property which is with capital A, and then click on start. So first of all, it's failing on ID itself. With that, I correct this. I say start again. It now fails for age. Before that, if I make this name empty, then also it will fail. Invalid value entered for name, right? Correct it, and then I correct age also, and then it just works. Understood?
Yes.
Now, here I'm getting the data displayed from console.writeLine statement in main. One problem I have here. Tell me frankly, how many of you are actually comfortable with this notation, curly brace 0, 1, and 2, and you find it not very confusing, especially when it becomes long. Suppose you have 100 items to be displayed. Is there anyone who finds it non-confusing? Honestly speaking, this is very, very confusing for me and practically for all. What if I say this line can be rewritten in much more simplified manner? So I copy and paste that line, comment the original one, and in the copied line, I remove the next part where p1.id, p1.name, p1.age was given. I directly put a dollar symbol here before the string starts, and instead of curly brace 0, I say curly brace p1 dot id directly here itself, p1 dot name here, and p1 dot age here. Now, initially no one responded, but after looking at this solution, don't you feel this is much more better option compared to the previous one?
Yes.
No matter how many fields you have to be displayed, This is going to be pretty straightforward. I know what I'm displaying. I don't need to play around with the indexes, right? I don't need to count the ordinal position of any of the item being displayed at any time. Correct? Correct?
Yes.
This feature is called as string interpolation. It was introduced in C Sharp 6. Just make a note. If I run this, I still see the same output. Now, copy from this dollar to this double quote and comment this console write line statement. This class has got the data members, the properties. I can use these buttons to collapse this so that I can get a high level view of the class easily. And then what I want is, for displaying data also, I want to take help from the person class only. Hence, I create a public function that returns me a string, get data, without parameters. What it does is it returns an interpolated string like this. Few changes here. I don't need to say p1.id, I just say id. Not p1.name, just name. And same way, I don't need p1.age, just age. Reason? Currently, I am in the same class as a member, and a member can access another member directly. Got my point?
Yes.
Now with this method coming in, here I just need to say console.writeLine get, it should be p1.getData. Start, and we get the output. Understood? What data should be displayed, in what format it should be displayed, let the class itself decide instead of you deciding, because class knows its members and it knows what to display when. Correct? Yes or no? I hope everyone understands this. I write another function here, public static int instance count. And before get data, I create a constructor for this class. Constructors use in C Sharp is just to initialize the data members or related things. And how do I create a constructor is just type CTOR and press tab key twice. I repeat, just type CTOR and press tab key twice. You will get the constructor created automatically. Before this, you will also need private static int instance which I say the constructor whenever is used, I mean whenever the object is created, increments this instance count every time. I can rename this function to get instance count, and here I can say return instance count. What this function will be actually used for, can someone tell me? Yes, Akash, you tried saying something. I just want to keep track of how many instances of the person class have been created. So before creating person instance, here I say console.writeLine person dot get instance count. Maybe to make it better, I write it this way. Calculated string total number of instances colon within curly brace I say person dot get instance count. And after creating the instance, once again, I put the same statement. And then one empty console.writeLine statement and start. Here it shows 0, here it shows 1. If I say person P2 equals to new person, what do you think? What this console.writeLine will display? Guys, now what this statement will display me as output? Be quick.
Two instances.
Reason, the constructor by this time must have been called twice. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
One for this, second time for this. And this instance count plus plus must have run 2 times, which means initially, which is 0 becomes 1, and then second time it becomes 1 plus 1, 2. If I create 3 instances, it will show me 3. So here we also saw the static members, the use of static data member and use of static functions or methods.
Sir, one question.
Yes.
We don't need to initialize instance count as 0. It will automatically initialize.
Nice observation. So practically, as we discussed yesterday, .NET comes with automatic memory management, right?
Yes.
Because of that, every object, every variable gets initialized on its own. So for integer, by default, its constructor is doing the job of initializing it to 0. Any numeric type gets initialized to 0. Any character or string type gets initialized to empty character or empty string. Date time gets initialized to 1st of Jan 1970 or the current date as per the system settings. Understood?
Okay, got it.
You need not initialize it explicitly. Even if you do that, it will not make any difference. It is still the same. So if system was already doing it, why should I write additional code? Correct?
Yes.
Isn't it interesting? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Let's see one more example over here now for another type of class. So go back to Solution Explorer window, right click on the project, add new folder this time. I'll name this as arithmetic because the family or the type of functionality which I'm going to put in this is going to do something with arithmetic, not nothing to do with demographic. So I create a different folder named as arithmetic. Done.
Yes.
Right click arithmetic folder and say add class. I'll name this class as maths. Few things to be noticed over here, like what we discussed earlier for person class. Yes, I have a folder arithmetic which contains the file maths.cs. Accordingly, here I've got maths class in maths.cs file, and based on that folder name, there is a nested namespace created here. Yes, first thing which I want to do here is I want to define a private constant float phi equals to, in fact it is constant, so I can make it public as well. And if it is public constant, it has to be in all caps. Constant means something which cannot be changed, and they need to be initialized in line. Wherever they are declared, there only they need to be initialized. I say 22/7 f. It will automatically do the floating point calculation and will give me the value. Correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
In program.cs, I want to try this out. So whatever code we have till here, I'll just get this commented, except read key. And then again, there is a different namespace being used. So here I say using cs underscore demo dot arithmetic. And then
Sir, how did you comment everything together?
just select and press Control KC, or there is a button here in toolbar.
Okay.
There is a new shortcut also, Control EC.
Okay, cool.
So usually once you get used to the keyboard shortcuts, they will be much more handy, right? They are more quick. Yes?
What was the shortcut? Control.
Control KC or Control EC. And to uncomment, it is Control K U or Control E U. And here is the toolbar button. Okay. Here I say math m is equals to new maths. Just want to display the value of pi. I use interpolated string. The value of pi is m dot. Okay, it's a constant. So directly I can access it by saying maths dot m, maths dot pi. Constants are accessible directly. They are not associated with any objects. This statement also is not required actually. Let's see if it shows the value. Click on start and yes. If you want high precision value, what you are supposed to do is instead of saying float, make it decimal.
So can you go to the program code?
Yeah, just a moment. This is the update here. Const decimal pi is equals to 22 by 7 m. M is for decimal. D is for double. And here is program. No changes required here. I start it. This is high precision value. Decimal uses 16 bytes memory. Double uses 8 bytes. Float uses 4 bytes. Hence decimal is high precision value. Is it clear? Yes, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So you just came to know how to use constants, right? Then here I want to create some methods. Public int add x into integers returns their sum. Not a big deal. Copy this method and make few changes. I say this is int subtract and what it returns is a minus b. I paste that same add method once again. Then here I say it takes in two strings and return the string. Basically, it returns the concatenated string. Plus B can be used, or I can also say A concat B as well, or string.concat is the right function for this. A comma B. Or simply you can put the expression as return A plus B also. Internally it calls string.concat on it. So now if you compare these two functions, these are two separate functions altogether, correct? Correct?
Yes.
What about
Sir,
the two add methods? Are they two separate functions or they are the same?
separate.
Two separate only, they just have the common name, and that's allowed because their parameters are of different type. What if I have another add method here?
Sir,
Different
this
type
is
as
an
in, yes, go ahead.
I guess this is an example of method overriding, right?
This is method overload.
Overloading. Sorry.
Correct. Correct. I was coming to that.
Okay.
See this add method. Types of parameters are same as this one, but the number of parameters in this case are different. That is also allowed. Rule says method overloading is supported if number of parameters or type of parameters are different. Return type doesn't have any say in this. If I have same type of parameters but different return type, that will not help me. That will not work. Understood? Yes?
Yeah.
If done, switch to program.cs. Maybe this line we can comment out. Here I say console.writeLine. Maybe here I can define some variables. Int a equals to 20, comma b equals to 10, comma c equals to 5. And then I say the sum of a, or simply I can make the expression itself. A plus curly brace b equal to curly brace m dot. Okay, this time I need to create the instance of maths class. I say maths m equals to new maths. Then that allows me to say m dot add. See how many times it is appearing in the list. I have three add methods, but how many times it is appearing? Just once. And then it says there is one uh, add method signature displayed with number of additional overloads. So it says plus 2 overloads, correct? And when I put the parenthesis like this, here it shows me what all options do I have. Accordingly, I can set parameters. So I can say a comma b. Next, I say a plus b plus c equals to m dot add a comma b comma c. Then I say there is a string variable, string s1 equals to hello, string s2 equals to world. Then I say console.write line, interpolated string 1 plus s2 equals m dot add s1 comma s2. So nothing special as such. It is just about understanding method overloading. All are working. That is what I wanted to show you. Got my point? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? There is one assignment. There is a concept of read-only variables in .NET. Read-only variables precisely in C Sharp, you can say. So you have to come up with the answer for what are read-only variables and one example where the use of read-only variable is done. Monday morning when we start with the session, I need the solution for it. Okay? I hope I'm clear with the problem statement. Can someone repeat? Komal?
Read only variables in C Sharp and the use cases where we use those.
Yes. So with example, working example. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's comment this out now. And we can close this tab for maths.cs. And now what I want is in demographics folder, once again, I want to create another class. So right click demographics and say add class. Let's say the name of this class is employee. Add. See what the namespace it has taken. Same as person, right?
Yes, sir.
Reason we added the class in that same folder demographics. Correct?
Yes, sir.
I want this class employee to be inherited from person. Reason? Technically, employee is a person. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
How do I do that here? Simply I put class employee colon person. This expression is pronounced as class employee inherits person or extends person. Got my point?
Yes, sir.
Now, when I say inherited, what do you think? What all will be inherited from here, from person? Everything or just public items or some other combination? Technically, everything gets inherited. But for some of the items, you may not have access in the derived class. In our case, person is having three private members, ID, name, and age. They are all made accessible to public using the public properties that we have created on them. There is a public constructor also. There is a public get data function also. So everything gets inherited. Understood? I just want this employee class to have some of its own properties. Like ID, name, age already recorded. What else employee can have? Can I say department number and salary be added here?
Yes.
So here we go and type PROPFULL. Press tab twice. Department number should be int, so I am okay with the data type. Hence I just press tab here. I want to change the name to department number, which I do. Press tab again. It selects the property name now, which also I rename to department number. And right now I don't have any validation requirement. If any, we know how to modify this get and set blocks. We have already seen that, right?
Yes.
Similar way, I create the other property. Type propful twice. Type propful and press tab twice. It's salary, so ideally the data type is double. I change that. Press tab. Field name is salary. Press tab. Change the property name to salary with capital S. Here also, if required later on, I can add validations. We know that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Next, go to the program class. Create an instance of employee class. Employee emp equals to new employee. I can initialize the properties in another way also. Directly put curly braces instead of ending up the statement with semicolon. and put semicolon here at the end of the curly brace. And then one by one you can set the properties. Do you see which all things are visible here? Not only department number and salary, but ID, name and age also, which is inherited from person. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Everything is inherited. So here I say ID equals to 101, name equals to John, age equals 42.5, F, number equals 10, salary equals 100,000. This feature is something what we call as object initialization. We do have a display method here, so I can say console.writeLine emp dot display. It's get data. Function is also inherited. Again here, if I want, I can say display the object count. Let's see if employee class has inherited the static member. Yes, it does. Instance count is here. So I can say console.writeLine show the instance count with an additional blank. Before and after, if you want, you can see that. This was just to see whether the class, the current class, has inherited the static member also or not. So it has. One thing to be noticed, I am calling get data from within employee, but it is still showing me only ID, name and age. Where is department number and salary?
This is a
Why is
function
it not showing?
person class, no? The get data is a function in the person class, not in the
Person
employee.
class, and within person class we have defined it to display only this much. Am I right?
Yes.
How do I combine the data from two classes in this? For that, I need to mark this function as virtual in the base class person, and then in employee class, here I type override, press the space bar key. It shows you the list of all the methods which can be overridden. So you have get data, select that and press tab. It automatically gives you the method signature with some code also. Definitely I want to return something from here, but what I want to return is an interpolated string where the first part should be taken from my base class, that is person, get data, comma, space, department number, colon, department number from the current class, salary, colon, salary from the current class. With this one change, now when I start, I didn't change anything in program. See what's happening? Because it now finds get data directly within the scope of employee class. Overridden version is there. It gives preference to this. And what we have done here, we have said the person get data should be invoked first. the output of that should be combined with this, and the combined output should go back. That is why we are getting the combined output. Understood?
Yes.
This is method overriding. And based on who is calling, it is getting decided what will be displayed. See, here if I say person P new person, it will show me 3 items. When I say employee MP equals to new employee, it shows all 5 items. But what if I change this to this? Person EMP equals to new employee. There are two things. First of all, whether this is a correct expression or not. So yes, parent object can always hold the reference of a child object. Is it clear?
Yes.
What output will come? It's still all 5 elements, because ultimately the context is being provided by what you have given here. And employee class has got the implementation which returns combined data. So it will show me combined data only. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So method overriding is also clear, right?
Yes.
One more assignment here. Can someone document all the assignments for me? Urmila, can you do it for me?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the first one you can add to the Word document, and the second one is .NET has got a similar feature like method overriding with the name called as method hiding. So I want you guys to research on what is method hiding, how it is different from method overriding, when it is used, and the example. Every assignment will end up with an example. So I repeat what I said. There is a feature called as method hiding in C#. Right? So I want you guys to research what is method hiding, how it is different from method overriding, where it is used, and then the example. Is it clear to all?
Yes, sir.
I guess we have 28 people here. I just get the response from 2 or 3 people only. Why is that so? If you respond, then only I'll come to know whether you understood or not. I can repeat the things if you have any doubt, right? So please respond.
Sure, sir.
That's one of the issue with the online trainings, right? I cannot actually monitor everyone. That's a limitation, but yeah, that's where I need your support. Okay, so just be responsive. Okay, so I hope this is clear and the assignment is also clear. Urmila, have you documented?
Yes.
Okay, just put the previous assignment also in the same document. And once we end up with the training today, you can just share that with all. Maybe
Okay.
there must be an invite email where all of the attendees are there, right? From Prabjot.
Or else I can just put it in the chat box.
Chat box, from there it may not be actually accessible if you add the file. Yeah,
Or
if
we have
you
a Teams
if
group.
I
you
can
can
put the
paste the
section.
text, that is okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that.
We have a Teams group. No, Prabjot made put it there.
Ha, right. Okay, cool.
Right. So just make sure you share with me also.
Huh, okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
So time for a break over here. After the break, we will see the concept of auto implemented properties, the access control in detail along with assemblies. So we are also going to learn how to create class libraries. Then we'll be talking about implicitly typed local variables, lambda expressions, and the process of garbage collection. Fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll resume at
Sir, just
4:05.
1 minute. Can
Yeah.
you share that overriding code once which you wrote in
Okay, so
the
two things we did.
employee one?
In person class, we added virtual keyword
Hmm.
between public and the data type.
Yeah,
And
that.
then in employee, this is what it is. Get data again, where we used override keyword between public and string, and then the return statement like this. So I'll keep this shared. You can just go ahead with it. Okay. So guys, we will be resuming at 4:05. Welcome back, everyone. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, sir,
Yes.
sir, if you could just briefly explain the two uses, like the virtual thing you created in
Yes.
person and the overriding thing in
Sure.
employee.
See, our target is basically this, right? I want to, either modify or add something to the existing functionality. That was my target with respect to the get data function in employee. Am I right?
Yeah,
Right. So if you focus on this term, what would be the dictionary meaning of it?
one above the other.
Correct. So basically, I would be looking to say, don't look at that, look at this. What I
Hmm.
am providing. Correct? Because now I am the owner. Yes.
Yeah.
Something like management change happens, some rules were there in place, the new management removes some of the rules and comes up with new rules. Basically what they are doing is, say it was a 4-day week, now they have made it 5-day week. So that is something where we say the new management has overridden the previous orders. Correct?
Hmm.
That's exactly same thing happening here. Now basically before I say that I want to override, don't you think the function in the upper hierarchy should be marked as overridable?
Yeah.
I can override only those things which are overridable. Otherwise, I cannot. Correct?
Yeah.
There might be some orders which are not as per the company, but as per the company law.
Hmm.
When I say company law, it is not decided by the company itself. It is decided by the government agency. Correct?
Yeah.
I cannot override that. So, within program also, there could be a few things which are allowed to evolve over the time. Whereas, whereas there could be few things which are not allowed to evolve at all. They have to be used the way they are.
Okay.
Understood?
Hmm.
So how do I decide that? In the parent class, whatever is not marked as virtual by default is not
Uh,
allowed to be evolved.
okay.
Whatever is marked as virtual or abstract is allowed to be evolved. Now, virtual means it has got its own implementation and evolving it further is optional. It's not compulsion. It's not a compulsion on employee that it has to provide a overridden version of this.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I put abstract keyword, in that case here I cannot have any code in the parent. First of all,
Yeah.
only the declaration will be there. And then for the derived classes, it will be a mandate that they have to override it. So abstract
Okay.
is like more stricter. Virtual is optional. Understood?
Hmm. Okay.
By giving virtual or abstract keyword in the parent class, eventually I'm just giving the permission for the derived class to override that functionality and nothing else.
Okay.
If I don't have permission, I cannot override.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you. Hmm.
Okay, so let's close person and employee class. Let's comment out this code in main. Only console.read key should be remaining. And then here in the program.cs class itself, before class program, I create another class called as department. Doing it here is because I just want to show you that there is no rule which says that within one file I cannot write more than one class. I can. But then Finding such classes and managing and maintaining the code within them will be time consuming, right? If I have one class per file, searching and maintaining and modifying them, managing them will be much more easy. I'm looking for a program class, I open program CS. I'm looking for person class, I open person CS. That's easy. Yes or no? There is no physical file by the name department here. So how do I search? I don't know which of these files contain the department class. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So though we can write, ideally in real time situations, we should not. We should have one class per file, one entity per file. Okay. Now here I want to create some properties like department number, department name and location. How do I create that? Properties, how to create, we have already seen. There is another way we can do that, especially if I'm not looking to have any validation to start with. I don't need to go and provide the implementation in detailed way how I have done in person and employee class. I can just type prop, only prop, and press tab twice. Data type is there, department number would be int, property name I want it to be department number, and that's it. Get and set presence is there. I don't want set to be settable by the user, so I can optionally save private set. And there is no further validation code as of now, so I don't need to have the backing field created. I don't need to have the body of the get and set implemented. It is automatically generated by the compiler. Don't you think this is nice feature? Saves my time. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it is.
Likewise, I create the next property, type prop and press tab twice. Change the data type to string. Change the name to dname. And then another property I want for location. So I type prop, tab, string, location. And my properties are ready. Maybe this is not int, this is actually of type GUID. So some unique identifier I want to generate there. Now, unique identifier generated whenever the object is created, what I can do is I can just write a simple constructor here. Type ctur, press tab twice, and here you can say department number is equal to GUID dot new GUID. Though the set is private, but the members of the same class are always going to be able to access everything, even if it is private. Private is private to the class, not to that specific property. So the set block is going to come into picture over here. And whenever I read, it will be the get block doing its job. Understood?
Sir, could you please explain GUID once again?
Uh, yes. So GUID is something which generates a string that is globally unique. The string generated on my machine once cannot be generated anywhere else in the world, on any machine, any device. In fact, my own machine cannot regenerate that same string. So usually the idea is you would like to be unique only, right?
Right.
So GUID basically represents that data type. A new GUID function basically creates a new GUID, generates a new GUID. Understood?
So this is an unique ID.
Unique ID. Yes. See the name UID means unique ID. And what G stands for? Globally unique ID. And when I say globally means what? The string which has been generated on one device will never be regenerated anywhere in the world, including that device itself. It's going to be always unique, universally.
Okay, sir.
Understood? But test this. Okay, meanwhile, here the kind of property implementation I've used is called as auto implemented property. Okay, so how do I use this? Can I put this class in a different namespace? Yes. Just select this class, cut it. I create a nested namespace by using namespace keyword once again. I say namespace is named as company and within which the department class goes in. Now, in order to use this in program class, I have to say using cs underscore demo dot company so that the department class is accessible here. I can say department d equals new department and then I can use object initializer here. I don't need to set department number. I just need to say dname. Let's say I call it as HRD and location as and semicolon. And then I say console.writeLine color department number d dot department number. I can read it but cannot write it. If I try to write it, it will give me error as set block is private. Dname d dot dname location d dot location and start. Do you see? See the value of department number also. This is the format how the GUID string looks like. Okay. Easy, right? Say once again, have a look at this. Practically, it is a simple class department that we have created. Constructor also we have seen before. GUID we just discussed that it is globally unique identifier. And then here are the properties. Everything is same. Just one difference, we don't have any backing field defined, the private backing field, and there is no body for get and set. But my program still seems to be working. What does it mean? What did I say here? Well, compiling your code, your compiler actually generates the required code for this. The backing field automatically gets generated. The body for get and set automatically generated. And that is why we call it as auto implemented property. Is it understood? Is it understood? Everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so simple feature, but very useful when you are just beginning the code and you have not yet decided with the validations and all. Why to waste time in writing the lengthy property implementation? That lengthy implementation will be useful when I have some code to be written into it. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's talk about how do I move this code to a class library which makes the code reusable. Right now the code for demographics, arithmetic, and probably this department class also is reusable only, but only within this project. If I create another project and I try to use these classes, will I be able to use them?
No.
No.
And what is the reason? They will be there in only this exe file. Exe file cannot be added anywhere, right? DLL is something which has been designed for that reason as a reusable component. Got my point? Yes? Got my point?
Yes, sir.
So, what is that I'm looking for? These classes to be reusable across different projects and solutions. So for that, I just select the solution file, the topmost, the one with infinity symbol, which is eventually the logo for Visual Studio. Right click the solution file, select add new project.
Sir, could you please do it again?
Just go to Solution Explorer, select your solution file, the one with Visual Studio logo that looks like infinity symbol. Right click on that file, select add new project. This is the option. Got it? So once you
Yes,
click
sir.
on new project, this is something what should be visible on your screen. Yes?
Yes, sir.
What we are looking to create? A shared component, a library, correct?
Yes, sir.
Console application is not going to help me for that. So here in the third drop down, select the project type as library. Once you select library, a long list comes. Yes?
Yes, sir.
In that, carefully look for class library .NET framework as the option, as we have created a project on .NET framework and not .NET core. So we should be looking for a class library for .NET framework, which is for Windows operating system only. Got it? Which one I asked you to search for? Class library .NET framework. Yes?
Yes,
See the
sir.
tags over here, C Sharp, Windows and library. That will also help you to choose the correct thing. Choose this and click next. It will ask you for the project name. I'll use the same name as that of my original project to start with. CS underscore demo oop. That is because I want this component to be created primarily to serve this project, CS demo oop. Dot. The actual name that I would like to give to this library. So maybe I name it as shared components library. Just to understand that, okay, it's a library of shared components. Path need not be changed. framework should be same as what you selected for your main application, and then click on create. So once the project is created, closely look at the solution explorer. What do you see there? There is one solution and two projects now. Yes or no? This is the solution. This is my original project, and this is the project which I just created. Correct?
Yes, sir.
What this project has got? A file named as class1.cs. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's delete this file. Select and press delete button on your keyboard and click on OK. The file will be deleted. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Everyone done till here? Now select the demographics folder in your main project. Drag and drop it into the components lib project. Like this. Select, drag from there and drop it on this new project which you created by the name csdemo-oop.shared components lib. What happens when you drop it? What happened when
And
you
goes
dropped
in
it?
share component folder.
There is a copy created, correct?
Yes.
Same way you drag and drop arithmetic folder also. So there is a copy for arithmetic folder along with its contents. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now in the main project, just right click demographics folder first and select delete. Okay. And repeat the same for arithmetic folder also in the main project, as we have already got the copy of it. We can safely delete those files and folders. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, here our main program is complaining about these. Why? Earlier, these
No longer there in the.
namespaces were available in local project directly, correct? So they are able to use it. But now they are no more there. That is why the error is. Those things are still there, but in a different project, and this project is not aware of this new project. There is no knowledge to CS demo OOP. If you go to references, there is no mention of this new project. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What we need to do? We need to tell the CS demo OOP that you don't need to worry. Your files are still there, your namespaces and classes are still there, but not in the local project anymore. They are moved to a different project. By adding a reference, we do so. So what you have to do, go to the CS demo OOP, the main project, select references. Right click on references. The pop-up menu like this should appear. Yes, everyone getting this?
Yes, sir.
Select add reference. A pop-up like this should come in, titled as reference manager. Yes?
Yes,
If
sir.
you are on assemblies I mean the assemblies option is selected here, you will get the list of all framework provided assemblies. Are we looking for a framework provided assembly right now, or the assembly created by us? The shared component is an assembly created by us. Yes or no? The source code of that assembly is with us, and in fact the whole project is part of the current solution only. So I don't need to find out the DLL for this assembly. I can directly go to projects where I can see the name of that project or assembly. I just select this checkbox. See what I did? I selected projects on the left hand side where I got the name of the assembly here listed. I selected this checkbox by clicking on it and click OK. If I don't have the source code, or if I have source code but the project is not part of my current solution, in that case the compiled DLL is what I would need. In that case I use browse button. Regardless of which tab is selected here, I directly click on browse and search for the DLL where it is located and open it and then say OK. Now see, the references has got the reference of shared component lib and my errors over here are gone. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now few interesting things we are going to see here. First of all, let's go to Solution Explorer. Open your person.cs file. Is there any access modifier that we have given explicitly to person?
No.
So what is default access modifier we discussed?
Internal.
Internal. Let's understand the behavior of all access modifiers with this example now. So in program, this code I'm going to comment for now. Scroll to the top of main where we have created the person object. Till here, in fact, little more. Till here it is all person object. So select this much of code and uncomment it. Done. You might see some errors there. Just hover on those errors and try to read and understand the error message and tell me what's going wrong. Everything was working earlier. Now why it is complaining? Yes, anybody?
The class person was internal, no, and this is the another project we are using it in.
Absolutely. Internal means internally it is public to the members of this particular class or this project. But when this project is added as a reference to another project, the other project is an external entity, so that internal features will not be visible here. And we have not specified any access modifier here. So by default, it is taken as internal. When I say public to class person, let's have a look over here. All the errors are gone. Because by giving public access modifier, what I have said, it's public for everyone outside assembly as well. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, there are few things that we are going to understand on whiteboard. Let's say this is assembly 1 and here I have assembly 2. Here I have a class which is defined explicitly as internal. Okay. And there is a public class. This could be explicitly defined as internal or there is no access modifier altogether. In both cases, it will be internal only, right? Here I have public class C2. Let's say here I have main in the assembly 2. This is assembly 1. This is assembly 2. Assembly 2 is a console application which has got main. Can I instantiate C1 over here? Will this compile and work? We just saw this, right? The internal things were not working in the other assembly. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What about C2?
It will work.
This also we have seen in the previous program. The moment we made our person class public, it started working, right?
Yes, sir.
Now this public class has got some member, maybe a method. Public void m, m1 I will say. It has got some code into it. There is private void m2. It could be a method, it could be a property, it could be a field, anything. Our concentration is supposed to be on the access modifier. There is some code in this. There is another one which is marked as protected. Void m3. There is another one. Internal void m4. And there is another one. Protected internal void m5. Okay. It's in C2. So if I say C2 dot M1, will it fail or succeed? Easy
It
it
will
is. It is
succeed, sir.
public. So there is no problem. It just works. What about C2 dot M2?
Fails.
Fails. What about C2 dot M3?
Fail.
Fails. What about C2 dot M4?
Fails, I guess.
Fails. It's internal. And then what about C2 dot M5? That also fails. Understand? Take a snapshot of this. Anyone can take snapshot and paste it in chat. Is it done? Now there is another case. Here I have class C1 which inherits from C2 in assembly 1 itself. It has got a method of its own, public void am1. Here it is trying to invoke m1. Tell me whether it will succeed or fail.
Succeed.
Works, right? Right?
Yes,
What
sir.
about m2? Fails. What about m3?
Work.
Works. Protected is available to be used within the derived objects, child objects. That's why M3 call works. What about M4? Anything internal is public by default for the members of the same assembly. So this works without any issue. What about M5? Though it is protected internal, but internal makes it public within the assembly. So this also works. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Take a snapshot of this, paste it. This is scenario number 2. Done? Okay. I remove this. There is another scenario now we are going to see. Here I have class program which inherits from this C2. Suppose I have added the reference of this assembly into this assembly. That anyways is required, right? This has got main, and within main I am having the call to M1. Will it fail or succeed? It's
Succeed.
public, come on, so it will work. What about M2? It's private, straight away it fails. What about M3? Protected, no problem. C2 is the parent class of program. Program is inheriting from C2, so it works. What about M4?
No, fails.
Internal becomes private outside assembly, so this fails. What about M5? Though it is protected internal, internal
Fails.
makes it private outside assembly. So even this also fails. Why I'm asking you to take snapshots? Did you understand? You have to put all these images side by side and then you have to see what works and what fails, so that you will understand what is the difference. Yes? Take a snapshot of this. Scenario 3. Okay. Now there is another scenario where here in class C1 I say there is public void m am1, which is making call to m1, that is allowed. m2, this is not going to be allowed. So let's remove this. It's calling m3, which is allowed via inheritance. It's calling m4, that is allowed because internal means public to the members of the same assembly. And then m5 is also allowed. Directly it cannot call, but via inheritance it can. I mean, this am1 if creates the instance of c2, and via that instance if it calls m5 it won't be allowed, but via inheritance this is allowed. And then if class c2 is, I mean class program that inherits from c2, it may not be inheriting as well, directly is trying to call am1 by creating the instance of c1. I convert this class to public. I create the instance of c1, c1 equals to new c1, and then I say c1 dot am1. Tell me whether this works or fails. This works. One more thing you have to understand here. Instead of just using inheritance here, if I am saying create instance of c2 class, and then if I say c2 dot m1, this works. c2 dot m2, this fails. c2 dot m3, it's protected so it works. c2 dot m4, it's internal so it is public basically for this class, it works. And then I say c2 dot m5, because it is having protected also, so it's not going to be remaining public in the assembly, it becomes protected, and hence this is going to fail. Take a snapshot of this also. I hope everyone understood what is the meaning of each of the access modifier.
Sir, could you please explain why here when we created this new object C2, protected worked but not protected internal, sorry.
Sorry, I believe this also is not going to work. So you're right. Protected via object will not work. This will work. I missed that actually. So protected whenever it is, it will not work via object. It will work only via inheritance. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Just take a snapshot of this, put in chart. Okay, now let's summarize this. So if I have public access modifier, what does this mean? This means public everywhere. Public everywhere means it is accessible everywhere as well. If I have my access modifier as private, what does it mean?